All right, good morning, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order. The agenda, any additions or deletions?
One correction, Chairman, is at the bottom of page 1 of the agenda, item 7.3.1, just a minor typo. The length of the operating budget goes from 2025 to 2028.
Okay, thank you. Dustin's going to move it with that small change. Questions? Vote. No, he couldn't make it today. Okay, public hearing. Can I get a motion to open the public hearing? Blaine? Vote. That's carried. Okay, bylaw 2024-21. Kayleen?
Thank you, through the chair. Bylaw 2024-21 is submitted by Global Raymax Surveys on behalf of Helmut Doring to reclassify a 13.62 acre parcel from its existing Agricultural District 2 designation to Country Residential District 2. The property is located within the northeast corner of 24-12-7 west of 4th and Plan 9810-719 Block 1 Lot 1. If the land use amendment is approved, then the applicant's intent is to apply to the Planning Commission for subdivision approval to create 2 country residential parcels. The remainder of the quarter section contains an irrigation pivot and is 140.83 acres in size. The property is located at the corner of Range Road 70 and Highway 523, approximately 5.7 kilometers west of the city of Medicine Hat. The reclassification area gains direct and immediate access from 2 existing and separate access approaches. The westerly parcel gains access from Provincial Highway 523, while the easterly parcel gains access from Range Road 70. And there are no oil or gas wells within 100 meters. This parcel contains 2 established yard sites, which were developed in the 90s. There are multiple accessory buildings that will need to be reviewed at the time of subdivision application, ensuring that all setback and size requirements in the land use bylaw are met. If the application is to be approved, the proposed reclassification and subdivision would result in the 3rd and final titles eligible to be subdivided, and the parcel is located outside of the tri-area IDP. Leslie Ann, if we could pull up the adjacent land use map, thank you. So we'll see bylaw 2024-21 in the center there, predominantly surrounding agricultural uses with a country residential subdivision directly to the north on the other side of the 523. In terms of our policy review, the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan states that municipalities are to identify their agricultural land and fragmentation to conversion to non-agricultural uses. The land use framework promotes approaches to reduce the amount of land taken up by permanent or long-term development by utilizing the minimum amount of land necessary. Under section 4.1.26, subdivision residential of the county's municipal development plan, it states that the county may support the existing subdivision of an existing farmstead if the following conditions are met: that the parcel is redistricted to the appropriate country residential land use, the residential parcel conforms to the applicable regulations in the land use bylaw, the applicant at the time of submitting the subdivision must comply with the county's design guidelines and construction standards. The subdivision will not impact or hinder the agricultural use on the balance of the quarter section, and that all parcels have direct access. Due to the location along Highway 523, we did circulate this to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, and they identified that the department anticipates minimal impact from the highway from this proposal. However, to ensure that future access management requirements are met, a service road is required to be dedicated. This would be in the form of a 20-meter wide service road right-of-way perpendicular to and across the highway frontage of the subject property. In addition, no additional direct access to the highway will be allowed, and that the existing direct access can remain on a temporary basis. At the time of writing this report, there were no written comments or objections from adjacent landowners, And therefore, Mr. Chairman, our recommendation is approval, as the proposal complies with the agricultural strategy of the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, as well as Section 4.1.26 of the Municipal Development Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayleen. Are there any questions for the planner from council at this point? Blaine?
I know you mentioned that it won't impact the agricultural use, but I'm just wondering about the irrigation pivot, like there's going to be enough of a setback and stuff that's not going to affect that pivot when it comes around?
Absolutely. Great question through the chair. At the time of subdivision, we will work with the applicant surveyor to ensure that the end gun of the pivot is accommodated. In the event if there is a potential encroachment, there might be an opportunity to enter into easements. But we will do our best to try to ensure that there's no conflicts there.
Okay, are there any comments from anyone for or against the proposed bylaw? Not seeing anyone. I'll call for any final submissions for those who feel they have not had the opportunity to fully participate in the public hearing. Not seeing anyone. The public hearing for bylaw 2024-21 is concluded, and no further submissions will be accepted. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing? Michelle? Any questions? Vote. It's carried. Okay, 4.1, organizational meeting, minutes. Somebody want to move them? Keith is going to move them. Is there any, everybody's read them? Any questions on them? Vote. It's carried. 4.2, council meeting minutes. Lloyd is moving them. Everybody read them? Vote. Carried. What are we on to? 6.1. Mike. Oh, I guess we go right over to Kayleen, right? Sorry about that.
Bylaw 2024-21, the public hearing just ended, and the recommendation is that council pass second and third readings of this bylaw.
Okay, Richard's moving second. Any questions on it? Not seeing any, we just had it, so. Vote. Yeah, we can do that. Vote. It's carried. Dustin's moving third. Vote.
Aye.
Shane is, what Shane?
Okay, Shane can move third. Sorry, Shane. Vote. That's carried. Okay, just before we go on there, are you going to put him up there so I can see him, or? Oh, he doesn't? Okay.
Sure you want to see his face?
Well, I told him to make sure to put some clothes on. Just, I guess leave it up so he can put his hand up, I guess, if he's going to say something or needs to say something. That's, I just don't want to overlook him, that's all.
I will speak up when I want to talk. Otherwise, I'm going to be hidden.
All right, thank you. Okay, 6.2, first reading for bylaw 2024-23. Michelle's moving that. Any questions on first? Vote. That's carried. 6.3, 2024-22, speed limits, Range Road 74, Mike?
Mr. Jacobs, do you have any comments on it? Did the neighbors get an opportunity to complain or say,
No, I didn't,
we're good?
no, Counselor Voss, I didn't get anything.
Okay.
Do you want to move first?
Yeah, I'll move first, and I can just speak for a quick second. So yeah, I did get a little bit of phone opposition against this, and I said, would you mind putting it together into an email or so we can present it? And I got nothing, so we'll leave it at that, I guess.
Well, let's move first, and then we'll speak on second. So that's to move first. Vote. That's carried. Richard's moving second and has a comment.
Yes, I'll move second, and I didn't get any phone calls. So.
Okay. Does anybody have any comments on it? I guess the only thing I have is who's going to patrol it out there. I mean, that's, I mean, we can put the speed limit up and spend the money on it, but we're not patrolling it. What good is it? Go ahead.
Citizens will patrol it, and if there's complaints, we will hear about it, and then we can ask the RCMP and also Anna to be out there. So, I mean, I did the math again like I did on the last time, and we're talking another 13, 14 seconds here that it'll take to drive that, maybe a little longer. So, or sorry, yeah, to drive it by reducing the speed limit. So, definitely a good safety thing to do.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Vote. It's carried. Move to have third unanimously. Blaine? Vote. Was carried? Okay. It's carried. Move third is Keith. Vote. Carried. Okay, 7.1. Michael?
Mr. Chairman, I'll ask Director Taves if he has any opening comments on it or if he wants to go straight to questions.
Thank you, Mr. CAO, and through the chair. Administration's pleased to present the 2024 operating update and AP listing, and highlights a recommended motion is to accept the report for information, the update for information, and it looks like we've done about 3.2 million in AP. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Blaine's going to move it and has a question.
I have a question, I'm just trying to find the page. On page 106, I think it is. I think it's 106.
What are you looking for?
Yeah. On the Government of Alberta requisition, designated property requisition for 256,000. I just want a little more of an explanation for that, or what that's about.
Go ahead, Steve.
The designated industrial property requisition, it's a requisition that pays for the centralized industrial property assessment that the province does. Currently, Cypress County provides that service to the government, but all property that's classed as designated industrial, typically oil field equipment, pays a special requisition to pay for the work that that office does. And that, you'll see that come back in our tax rate bylaw as well.
Okay,
And I have another one.
go ahead.
Finish.
Yep, finish up.
And then on page 123, 50-some $100 for belt buckles. Is that like promotional stuff, or what's that about? Or a buckle? It says belt buckle. That's a pretty big buckle. $123, I think.
Five-star,
$5,000 for a belt buckle, that's pretty low.
five-star service.
Yeah,
It'd be something for the fire department.
Page 123, yeah.
What was the company name?
It's right under Keith Fisher. Just look for Keith Fisher, and then this one.
Oh, there.
Yeah. 5-star services and products.
Yeah, that's just promotional, isn't it?
Through the chair, believe that was for Cypress County firefighters that were helping out in Northern Fire Service this summer. We got an appreciative belt buckle for those individuals.
Good. So it'll be several.
Yes, that's correct.
Not one
Not just one big one.
I never won one that expensive, so.
Anybody else have any questions?
I do.
I was gonna yell your name out, Shane. Go ahead.
It's under D for the Desert Bloom Homeowners Association. Reimbursement of trees for $850 some per tree. What is that about?
That's the ones that have died off and they replace them on their program every year. Is that correct, Paul? Yeah. That was discussed a while back. They're not putting in new trees. It's just if a tree dies off that was planted before, then they go in and put it in. They do the program every year so that in 5 or 6 years, we don't have a whole bunch of cost of trees. Everything stays replaced as it dies off.
So they're taking out the dead one and replacing a new one?
Yes.
Must be a pretty big tree for that amount of money.
Full size. It comes with Christmas lights and everything.
Full, yeah, through
No,
the
no, I'm
chair,
serious. I mean, it's $850 per tree. I mean, that's
through the
what I'm
chair.
wondering.
Sorry, Councillor Hawk, through the chair, yeah, these are larger caliper trees. This isn't your Superstore special. So these are larger caliper trees that are being put in. Going back to the belt buckle to Councillor Brost, 200 belt buckles were purchased at $24.95 a piece, so they're not as big as you think they are. And I assume that the ones that you win are far more significant.
Michelle?
I just wanted to say, Shane, I just recently bought 2 trees for out in Schuler, and they were, like, it was $500 for 2 trees, and they weren't big trees, so $800 is not that bad for a tree.
Yeah. That's replaced, yeah.
So in that tree, is that include like a spade fee as well?
Yeah. It's replacement, right?
Yeah, it's for the full replacement cost, so yes, that would include the spade fee too as well.
Fair enough, thanks.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Blaine?
Well, along with that, I'm assuming that's the agreement that we have with the Desert Bloom Homeowners Association, that as trees die off,
Yeah.
we replace them.
Yeah, I think we have it for all our hamlets, or we're setting it up for all the hamlets.
Yeah, through the chair, I believe we do, but I can go back and check for sure.
Any? Yeah, I did again. They got one that's stuck here now. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Blaine, move the report. Vote. Carried. 7.2, Mike?
At the risk of sounding repetitive, I will ask Director Taves if he has any comments or if he'd like to go directly to questions.
Through the chair, we'll just open up quick. Again, happy to present the capital budget update for 2024 as of October. Recommended motion here is that council receives the October 2024 capital budget update for information. This is a collective effort between Director Jacobs, Director Cartwright, and Paul and myself, and we're here for questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Shane? Ooh,
Nope.
okay. Must be the meds. Go ahead.
Actually, just a comment and a question, I guess. Like to thank, our Public Works I see we've come to the end of our graveling project. I think done a great job throughout the county. Got lots of kudos to you guys for fixing up the roads. But I did have a question from a ratepayer, wondering, I know years past, are we doing any, is there any program to do the shoulder poles at some point again to kind of repair the crown in some of the roads? Or we did that a few years ago, I know, but I was just wondering where we were at with that, or he was.
Through the chair. Yes, that's something in our radar as we go through the next year here, is to select certain roads and go throughout the county and prioritize a list of shoulder poles where the grade has widened out, and also look at our internal operations on how we're maintaining the roads and making sure that we're following our standard of practice for that. So the answer is yes.
Thanks, Ken.
Any other questions on it? Not seeing any. Blaine's moving them since he had the only question.
I did take over Shane's.
Yeah. Vote. That's carried. 7.3.
Are we up? And next slide, please. It's okay. As she's bringing it up, I'll give you a brief overview. The revenue projections for 2025 are expected to be stable as they were in 2024. For property taxes, there is no proposed change in the tax rate. Expenses, you'll find, are up by $2 million from 2024, and Director Taves will walk you through some of that. There will be greater contributions to community groups and economic development efforts, and when all is said and done, we should have about $10 million to put towards capital reserves. How are you doing? We can, if you'd like.
It's wanting me to update.
All right, well, I think we can proceed. You've got your budget projection books handy, and so Director Taves, if you'd like to commence your presentation.
Yeah, and I'll just echo some of the highlights that we just heard about. Revenues are stable for 2025. We're excited about that. And I don't want to put a dark cloud over this, but we know that there's a couple significant public policies, high-profile public policies that are going on, mainly in the assessment model review and the mature asset strategies. And so we would anticipate the potential for a little bit of risk to generate revenue in 2026. So that's always front of mind. And I'd like to give this opportunity, administration entirely, and especially our finance supervisors put a tremendous amount of work into this, again, a collective effort. And please, Paul, take us away.
So, first of all, I want to say a few things. Thanks to Sean, our communications person, for putting together the document that's before you. It took a lot of work and a lot of effort to get to this point. Also want to thank the directors and the supervisors who helped put the budget together. Without them, I'm just a guy that collects numbers. So anyway, kudos to them, and here we go. So revenue increase is 3.68 million compared to the budget, last budget. A lot of that is we projected property taxes in 2024 to be helps to have the right glasses. 35.114. And we actually collected a little over 38 million. That was due to some linear taxes that actually came to us as an increase. And so therefore, we're projecting relatively the same amount of what we would actually collect in 2024, barring any public policy change. Anyway, and then again, no change in tax rates. That's what we're anticipating at this point. Investment income will be still remain around $2 million, give or take maybe 100K. We've had communication where it will be extended into 2025. And the estimated amount that we think we'll get is around $200,000 in 2025. And then,
Hold on, Paul, we've got a question here.
oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's okay. Paul, how often do they pay that, like through the, I was going to say producers, but that's not quite the right word, but how often is that paid in? Is it quarterly or? Yeah, through the chair, yes, it is paid quarterly.
Okay.
However, we do get the odd payment, come through. It all depends on when the contractor sends in the payment, but usually that it is quarterly. But we've been getting actually a lot of payments recently.
Okay.
And I can't give you the final number for November yet because November is still happening. So, we have been up to the end of October under collected what we expected in budget, but I think that's going to pick up.
That'll be catching up, yeah.
Yeah, I think that.
I'm good with that. I don't need the final number, but I was trying to, it's pretty hard for you to put down how much we think we're going to get.
It's our best guess at an
Best guess,
estimate,
yeah.
and so we're going based on past experience.
Okay.
I think we anticipated a little more than 200 in 2024. I can't give you the exact number.
Yeah.
200 seems reasonable based on for what the amount that we're going to gravel for next year.
Okay. We'll probably know more when, February, March, somewhere in there then?
Yeah, so we'll have a final tally at the end of the year for certain.
Okay.
One of the things, of course, is that usually we don't start collecting cap levy until we actually start graveling. So usually we don't really see anything in the first quarter, and some of it shows up in the second and third. But mostly, yeah. Right now we're getting payments. So.
Okay, well, I guess I'm just trying to look ahead a little bit because I know we have some stuff coming up that we want to use some cap funding, but a lot of trucks on the road. Capstone out there is doing a ton of hauling. There's some solar projects to the west, so I'm hoping that it's going to be a fair-sized check that we can actually put quite a bit of money back into the community, so thank you.
And just briefly through the chair, that's exactly some of the indicators we'd use to kind of estimate how much cap levy is going to go through. Another's quite dependent on our planning supervisor and the number of permits she puts out as well, and then the scale of some of the projects coming. But outside of that, it's a little bit just a good guess.
Appreciate that, thank you.
So just to finish off the revenues, capital or government operating grants are going to be similar to 2024. LGFF 316,000, FCSS 192,000, and ag grants totaling 271,000. So that's on the revenue side. Any questions revenue-wise?
I have one on the investment in interest revenue. Are we still putting that into operating every year?
Through the chair, the amount of interest is actually not being put to operating. We're actually reinvesting some of that interest. We've reinvested most recently, I don't have the figure in front of me, but I think I'm guessing. I'm not going to guess. I'm not going to give you a guess. Anyway, what's that? It's not in, it won't be in the package. Oh, how much, well, we've made 2 million. Yeah, we've made about 2. It's what we've reinvested from the interest that we've earned on the investments. So we are turning that interest back into shorter term, 1 year, 3 year type investments where we can take advantage of some of the interest rates that were happening, that are no longer happening. So, but there's not a lot of the interest that actually has gone towards operating yet.
Okay, that's what I've been after for the last 5 or 6 years, is us to get away from that and have that interest can go back right back in the reserves, so we aren't depending on something. We don't know what that interest rate will be next year, so we really can't have that in our operating budget. So
Yeah.
I'm glad to see you're changing it up and moving it around.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions?
All right.
Go ahead, Paul.
The expense side. So expenses up 5.61%, 2.07 million. Cost of living increase is 3%. That's calculated based on August of 2023 to August of 2024. So it was a 3% increase. That will be reflected in salaries and step adjustments in the salary line. If you look at the expense page, so if you look on page 14 of the budget, the expense summary, you'll see wages, salary, wages, and benefits at 10.56 million. So that reflects the cost of living adjustment and also step increases, and also there's a knock-on with respect to benefits and so on and so forth too as well with respect to that number. Corporate services, there is an addition of an asset management coordinator position. This is something that we've been, obviously with the putting in Univeris as a software, in attempting to manage that project off the corner of our desk, we realized that we actually need someone to manage that better for us. And so we're looking for an asset management coordinator. The job description, not necessarily, haven't got the job description done yet, but we're working on that as we speak. Any comment?
Yeah, and this position would also be responsive to some of the building conditions that we get, and be able to coordinate some of the, giving attention to some of the deferred maintenance after we get those building conditions. So we go to a building, we find a number of items that's necessary to get repaired. That person can start to coordinate that as well as develop out the software. And the whole intention of asset management is to really reduce our ownership cost so that we're making smart decisions, fact-based decisions, and reduce our ownership of county assets best we can, because we only get to spend our money once.
And then further to that, we've set aside $100,000 in contracted services for to actually conduct those building assessments too as well in corporate services. Municipal services, it's been communicated the RCMP cost will be relatively the same from 2024 to 2025. I got the bill yesterday. $895,048. But the budget was 917. So I think I projected really well. But anyway, so hopefully it'll stay at the 895,048. Yeah, well, we'll see. That was communicated at RMA. So we'll see.
Go ahead, Keith.
I'm just kind of curious, what do we get for that 800 and some thousand dollars?
Nothing?
Like, I know we have, what's all involved in that?
Yeah, I could say something, but I may not be the most appropriate person to ask.
So administration, to be responsive to that question, administration's position would be that our service hasn't changed. We continue to have access to RCMP services, but it would appear that the province has moved the responsibility of the payment to the local government.
Which when they originally said that was only supposed to go up to $750,000. It was supposed to be the high end. They've exceeded that.
Yeah, they missed by a little.
Go ahead, Paul.
Anyway, I just wanted to make you guys aware of that. Community group contributions, so included in the budget is $225,000 for Medicinet Women's Shelter. That was discussed at previous council meetings. And also $50,000 for Prairie Rose for the Ball Diamonds. And note that the $50,000 was originally presented in the capital plan, and we've pulled it out, and it's now in operating. So,
Richard?
for the Special Olympics that we had decided in the spring, we were going to give a total of 50,000, 25 this year, and then 25 for 2025. Where will that show up? So that's showing up in, I believe, recreation. Okay, sorry if I missed that, Paul. Yeah, no, I believe it's showing up in recreation. If you look at page 19 of the budget, there's I've also inserted there was an error on the page, and some of the numbers did not reflect what was actually in the rec policy, so that has changed. Now I see it, Paul. I apologize. No, that's fine. It's there. It actually will come through recreation. So it's buried in the recreation budget right now. Thank you. So just so you know that there was an error on page 19. The contributions for Cypress County goes up to 1.411 versus 1.409. So it's like a $1,500 change, just so you're aware.
Blaine, you have a question?
Yeah. So the budget for the roof for the museum, for the 20 Mile Historical Association, was that in capital or in operating?
That's going to be sorry, just looking for the nod to go ahead with this one. So we just a quick update, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. We've got quotes for the urban building, and that'll be likely a 2024 project if we can straighten it out. There is some consideration as the roof has a bit of a sway in it, so now we're just determining if the life of the shingles will surpass the life before the roof needs to get fixed, and we just want to make sure, again, making a good decision on the roof finish before the need to having to update the roof, if that makes sense. But
allegedly the money is coming from where? Operating, or is it going to be in a capital budget?
Because roof's always the line if it's a capital item or not, and because it's emergent
We haven't
repair,
decided where that is yet.
we're going to do it out of operating.
Okay. So we have it built into the operating then? Or that's going to put us
It's
out
not
way
in
more.
here. It's not in here per se, but because of the nature of the emergent repair, we might even just use 2024 dollars to make that repair, as it's emergent. I'm anticipating that once we get the building conditions and we start to see some things that are potentially critical in nature, you'll see that coming back once we have the building conditions and the reviews, and we're going to ask for a little bit of money at that time too, I'm sure.
Once we complete the asset review or whatever.
Once the condition assessments are done. So it would be, to put it into 2025's operating budget, it'd be hard to say if we need $50 or 1 million, or 3 million. Until we get those reports. But I anticipate coming back and we'll be asking for some funds at that time.
But it is in the view of you guys, so it's not getting dropped off.
100%, 100%.
That's all you're worried about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the quick answer could have been yes.
No, that's good. Yeah, there's more information on that. I remember the first time we looked at that, there's some issues with the building and the roof, so you'll have to come back. Okay, go ahead, Paul. Oh, here's a case of beer.
And just an add to, with respect to agriculture sometimes doesn't get the love it should. We are actually hosting the Southern Region ASB conference, and so there's dollars set aside for that. And don't quote me when it's going to happen. I think early October. I think. On to a little bit more economic development. There's $100,000 both on the revenue and on the expense side for the Ag Connections Conference. Previous budgets, we actually brought this back to council for them to actually approve. We've actually added it to this budget. So it was excluded in past budgets. It's been added in this budget. So if you look at economic development, there'll be a difference there. And then there's an additional $20,000 for regional economic development strategy. That's in there too as well. Planning and development, they have a stormwater management plan of $100,000 in that budget. So that's where the difference is there. Public Works, oiling program has higher targets in 2025. I think Mr. Jacobs could speak to that if you have any questions regarding that. And the gravel road program, we did actually do quite a lot this year. Targets are going to be slightly lower than 2024, but we think that we're actually going to do very well. And then under utilities, this is another position. There's another position in water. It's a utility worker position. This is to help with, one of the water co-ops has asked us to test their water. So part of this position will be cost recovery. And the other part will be able to deal with some of the deferred maintenance that we have in water. It's not that it's stacking up, but it's not that we're not compliant. It's just the fact that we have a lot more things to do these days.
So are we going to offer that to all the water co-ops then? Or just this one?
I leave that to Mr. Jacobs to respond.
Through the chair, currently, as a motion of council in 2022 is to assist the South Dunmore Water Co-op with testing at a full cost recovery. And since then, it has been a challenge for the department to keep that up. And within the department itself, the utilities department didn't have the capacity, so it had to happen outside of the utilities department. So that's one of the struggles we have this year, is to continue that, to offer that service in 2025 or cease to operate that service in 2025. Now, with other co-ops, the two other ones, we currently do not offer that service. It's only by motion on 2022 that we have that one in place right now, and we're proposing to continue that in 2024 with the change, and it works out to be about a 0.28 of a full-time position to manage that, to meet all the testing requirements for that water co-op.
So if that is something that's needed for that one, is that something we should be looking at possibly? If you're hiring one person for that, is that something that if it's full recovery, should we be offering it out for everybody else, and then that makes that position viable for that one person?
Currently, we haven't looked at that as offering out to other ones. The Westside Water Co-op, namely, is well-managed and has their own system in place for that, and quite a bit larger. And there's another water co-op that is out there that potentially could come in the future, but has not. So that's kind of where it is, and until that time, that would have to be brought back for a decision from council.
But, and to the chair, and to Ken, so is this gonna be an additional position, or is this that we're just adding another job to somebody else?
Through the chair, it's an additional utilities operator. So it's a qualified operator to handle, I'll just touch on the other items there to make up that position as a whole position. It's not just that 0.25 to 0.3. It is, I've looked at the trending over time of our senior operators, and it exponentially is going up like this due to the requirements and reporting that they have to do, and they're sliding down to fill those junior positions where they shouldn't be. So by adding that position, that will relieve about, probably on average, 300 hours of overtime a year. So that's one, and by our lack of preventative maintenance, and it's important for waters to exercise all the valves and flush and follow all those things to have a good system, which we have. 80% of our system is new within the last 15 years, is to maintain that and keep that into compliance. So a lot of variables that make up that whole position will relieve a lot of pressure and make us more efficient and keep our infrastructure where it needs to be.
Oh, that's good. Any other question? Richard?
Just a comment, I'm quite comfortable with the fact that there's a full cost recovery for that, helping the other water co-ops, and yeah, I'm definitely good with that.
Just one last item in water. There's $200,000 for water pump restoration. 2 of the pumps are 23 years old, and so they're reaching their near end of life, and so we need to do some work on them next year. And that's basically the expenses. Any questions?
I think you had quite a few.
Well, I do my best.
Well done.
Yeah, no, that was a good presentation. I'm sure we're all going to read over this in the next week or so, so. Again, that'll be the same as what we had with,
Again? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we would ask you to send any written questions in to give us time to give you a full answer, and then, of course, during the December 3rd meeting, verbal questions as well.
what was the motion on this one, do you remember?
I don't think we had a motion on the table.
Mr. Chairman, the recommended motion is that council receives the 2025 operating budget from 2020 and 2026 to 2028 for information, and bring back the 2025 operating budget for approval at the December 3rd meeting.
Okay, what Steve just said.
Yeah. He's on page 187.
What it is. Ooh. Okay, Michelle's moving that. Is there any questions on it? Not seeing any. Vote. That's carried. Okay, we'll take a quick 5-minute break. Operator. Okay, I'll call the meeting back to order. 7.3.1. Right over to Paul, Mike, or which do you want to do here?
Director of Corporate Services, it says on my notes, so.
Is it?
I guess that's the nod to me. And Mr. Chairman, the last motion that was made for administration to bring back to council, I believe that was 7.3.1. It just, the presentation was before that, so it grabbed an extra spot. So if you're okay, we could move on to 7.3.2.
Okay, so we just had, that was a double whammy there?
Yeah, the presentation was a placeholder, and then the motion was a placeholder,
That's why I was trying to find it, couldn't figure it out.
and it wasn't there, yeah.
7.3.
Yeah, that's our bad, and we apologize for that. So we're happy to, no, that's my bad, Paul, thank you, though. We're happy to bring back the IT equipment and replacement plan, the infrastructure and construction plan, as well as the vehicle equipment and replacement plan for approval from council. The recommended motions here are for approval. There were no changes to the IT, and there was no changes to the vehicle and equipment replacement plan. The capital and infrastructure plan had one change, where we removed the $50,000 to Prairie Rose for the ball diamonds, as that was going to be a grant and their project. So we moved that $50,000 into operating, which the finance and accounting supervisor presented. And one thing that was added was our north yard's been subject to a number of break-ins. And it's been happening for a number of years, and this was a perfect opportunity to address it with some lighting and some security concerns. So that's the addition to the 2025 capital plan. We also, I was prompted by the CAO that we had sent out or offered to receive a list of questions, and the questions are responded to, and so we could take an opportunity for clarification if council thought the answers to the questions weren't sufficient.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Thank you for everybody that sent in your questions. It was good to see everything go. Michelle?
That's basically all I was going to say, was thank you for answering them. It gave me a lot of clarity, so thank you.
Everybody was good? Bro, might not be good with the answer, but you understand what the answer was? Okay, no questions for you. That worked as planned. Figure that out, eh, Mike?
I'm very pleased.
And Mr. Chair, Leslie Ann has the motions up on the screen, and we'd gladly accept those.
Go ahead.
So one of the questions I had asked was that, about those AFRAX radios. I'm trying to find the email, but I have too many emails. It was $234,000 to do the full allotment of them instead of the partial, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is, sorry. I got it. 255. Just thinking, and the only reason that I brought up the idea of doing them all at once is right now, essentially what the fire department is using is a patch system to overlay the AFRAX over the UHF radio network. So doing a few over a year, so I know discussed at the last chiefs meeting, they had talked about doing Elkwater next year because there's major service areas or service issues in Elkwater in the town site where the UHF radios don't work, even though the repeater is out there, just because of the height differential from the tower to the radios. So the only problem with doing that is then so essentially then they go to a two-channel system, so they can talk directly with Fresk, our dispatch, off the AFRAX network on their own channel, or if they want to be able to talk to the rest of the county, they have to switch to another channel. That's our bridge channel to the UHF. My thought is if it was and I don't really look at this as an astronomical amount of money to do it all at one time, would that make more sense to maybe just roll it all out and get it done with instead of patching it together over the next couple of years and having that logistics issue internally in the fire department? So just for discussion.
Hey, Joe, did the fire chief have a reason why it was over 5 years? Is it in his plan that way, or?
Believe the direction was from council was to break that up just as a budgetary way to spread that over a larger period. But operationally, don't believe there's any advantage to having it split over a number of years.
Okay. Is anybody else? Oh, go ahead, Mike.
Mr. Chairman, the only concern I'd have anytime you roll out a new technology like this is how easily you can get up on the learning curve for it. And even if we were to do it over a fewer number of years, I wonder about the risk of making a large purchase like this all at once without at least maybe a 1-year trial by the first 20 or 40% of them, and then you can go full guns if everything works out. It's the only concern I have.
Richard?
Yeah, my concern would be that it's a large number of radios. If for whatever reason, and I'm sure these are very reliable radios, you're also looking down the road at replacing everything at the same time. There goes your strategy for replacement, your budget. So I definitely like the idea of it being spaced out. And then the other part is that we are looking at a fairly big addition to the fire hall, and so all of a sudden we're well over $500,000 to spend towards the fire services. So,
Lloyd, and then Dustin.
I'd like to hear from the fire chief what his opinion is. He must have a plan to it, and I'm not opposed to purchase them all if he was to agree.
I think, did you want to?
Unfortunately, the fire chief went home sick today, and I mean, the workaround for this is to budget for it, and administration will report back if we feel there's going to be any difficulties to defer the remainder purchase, just to be flexible about it. You can still pass it with the $255,000 and note this discussion.
Dustin, you had something else to say?
Yeah, so just a little bit on the AFRAX network. So we've actually been using AFRAX for quite a few years now, ever since it came out 2.5 years ago or whatever it was. So just essentially how it's been is there's every department has one AFRAX radio, and we've been doing some fairly rigorous testing with it, and it's been actually quite phenomenal on the usefulness of it in comparison to the UHF network. And the only reason I bring this up is I think originally, and if I could think back to the original conversation at council a couple of years ago, it was just such an outlandish number, because it was originally about $500,000, I believe, to do it. So now we've implemented, some of the program already, but maybe instead of continuing rolling it out, because originally it was a 5-year plan to roll it out, I think is what it was. So, I'd love to hear Jason's comments on it, but I would love to have it included so that we could, and, we could always retract it at the decision date.
Joe?
Reed Hamilton?
Oh, go ahead, Shane.
No, I agree. I'd like to hear what Jason has to say about it, because I agree. You roll it all out and then all of a sudden some new technology comes within a year or two, and then you're trying to switch it all again. Then this is all better. This is the way we need to go. Then we're spending more money. I'd really like to have the chief's input first.
Okay, Joe?
Maybe if I could too. So the AFRAX radio network is a provincially supplied radio towers system. which is really the biggest difference between sort of the UHF that we currently employ at the county. So they look after sort of that infrastructure. The radio technology itself, though, isn't any different than any other radio that you have. It's just that to be able to access that EFRAX network. So in terms of a technology difference or sort of coming on, yeah, it's digital instead of analog, but it's quite minimal in terms of that. And is there improvements in radio technology over the past 10 years? Some, but nothing that's been sort of that great big quantum leap in terms of the technology. So I'd say that's sort of a minimal risk. In terms of that sort of asset management question too, in terms of when we would look to replace, I think given if we do have the flexibility in terms of the budget, where if we do get it all at this time, we can look at what makes the most sense operationally to roll those out and what makes most sense operationally to do that renewal whenever we do have to renew them. So the radios do have a lifespan. There would be an asset management question that comes in about when they next come up for that renewal. But the year of, the difference between 1 year to 5 years isn't really making that much of a huge difference. It really is, I think, more of a cash flow question of when we want to outlay the capital and how we want to outlay the capital. And that is definitely up to council's purview.
Okay, so I think there's a few questions here that, one is change it, have it come out this year. But a bunch of councillors want to hear from the fire chief that that's the way he wants to go before that takes place. And then the other one that Richard brought up is there's more funds coming up for the fire department already further down the road here today. So is that going to be a stop on that project because this project's going ahead? So council needs to speak up and say what they want to do here. Shane, do you have anything? He's still trying to find his mute button.
No, I had to find my mute button. No, I guess I'd like to hear from Jason, and like you said, there's more coming up, and we're in budget times, and when you look around, there ain't a whole bunch of new rigs drilling in this county, and we have to be fruitful of our expenses.
Lloyd and then Michelle.
Yeah, to Joe, you're talking about technology, so, and I'll give you an example, like driving the pumper truck down on the jackpot out there in Elkwater, you lose radio contact. So with these new radios, would we be able to communicate? Because you have to work on 2 channels in that area. For sure, because I used to do it.
That's a question for Jason.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to get into, through the chair, I wouldn't be able to get into the specifics about the coverage necessarily, but I do know like the AFRAX networks, I had some experience at the city when they switched over to the AFRAX network, and the coverage and the quality of the digital signal over the old analog was far superior just about everywhere. That was down in dips and valleys, top of some of the coulee faces where we had some problems with the analog before. So your question is noted, though, that I can't say for sure what the AFRAX coverage is throughout the entire county. Is there still going to be some spotty spots? Most likely, yes.
Mike?
We've been in contact with the fire chief from his sick bed, and he'd be fine if we bought them all in 1 year.
Would he? Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm good if that's what the fire chief is good with. And if everybody else, if it's in the budget that we can do it.
At the risk of giving up the addition of the building?
I think it's probably a good idea to maybe have Jason come in before we approve this budget, because there's other questions that probably need to be asked with emergency services, and one of them that I have is, we had one point of building a new fire hall or fire hall in Irvine, and that got taken off the budget, which is fine. But there's some other things I want to ask questions about that building, if there's things that need to be done there. I hear door, but in order to answer these questions, it'd be nice to have them here before we go further. We got time, and we're not doing this till the 3rd or so, so. Does that make sense or not?
We don't have to pass this today, do we?
There's no necessity for it, and if you did pass it and voted for the funds, we don't have to spend them. So you still have the option to pass this thing and have further discussion.
We pass it. Like, you mean the
Budget.
Pass the capital budget.
capital budget? Oh, I thought you were talking about the AFRAC system.
Well, that's part of.
Part of it?
Yeah, so what,
We could defer the capital budget till the 3rd.
yes.
And I was just gonna comment from the capital perspective, council could approve the infrastructure and construction capital budget as well as the IT budget, and we could hold off on the fleet and vehicle where the AFRACs are in the fleet and vehicle with equipment capital.
Because you need 3 motions on this anyhow, right? Or is it all one motion?
This one will just be the one motion to approve them.
No, it's 3 motions, that's why I was,
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I thought you were talking about that they would need 3 readings. No, you're 100% correct.
go ahead, Paul.
If I could, I think if we just amend the vehicles and equipment motion potentially and just have the AFRAX radios come back to council at a future date. That's
So you're suggesting pass everything except for the AFRAX, bring it
correct.
back on the.
Yeah, and then we can go from there. That's just a suggestion.
You guys are good with that? Okay, then everybody will be here. We'll have
Correct, yeah.
the sick ones back and.
Just I fear that if we hold something back and if something else changes and that kind of thing, then all of a sudden we don't have, not that I'm saying we're not going to have a capital budget, but it just would be probably prudent to set that one aside and then pass everything else.
Everybody's good with that? Okay, is there any other questions on this capital budget? Oh, go ahead, Keith.
So, so you alluded, I think Richard alluded to the renovations at the Dunmore Fire Hall. That's in this budget, right? Or is that going to be a separate item down the road?
Through the chair, the Dunmore Fire Hall was approved last year, and then there is an agenda item today with regard to that.
So that
So it was
separate from this?
That's separate from this, yeah. So the Dunmore Fire Hall budget, capital budget dollar amount was approved in the 2024. I believe the item coming today to council is talking about that particular item. So so that, to be clear, it's not in 2025 in this.
But it's already covered in this year.
It's covered in the 2024 capital plan.
Clear? Okay. All right, any other questions? Not seeing any. Okay, so I need somebody to make a motion on the IT replacement of 2025 not to exceed 241,606 and the IT equipment replacement plan of 2025, 2028 or 29? This one's 29 as presented. Michelle is making that first motion. Any questions on it? Not seeing any? Vote. Michelle? Okay, that one's carried. Blaine's making motion on infrastructure and construction plan was presented. Proceed 2025 not to exceed 829. Any questions on it? Vote. Carried. Okay, Dustin's making the next one. Oh, so we had 4 of them here? Okay. Projects, 2026, a 5-year infrastructure not to exceed 10% of the budget, 4.4 million to the total budget. Any questions on it? Vote. That one's carried. Okay, now the vehicle and infrastructure plan, additional 310, and the vehicle is presented. How are we
So
going
through
to
the chair, the 310, 750 would be changed to 247,000. So that would be the amended.
Could you read the motion, please, with that dollar amount in?
Sorry.
Paul?
I don't have the motion in front of me.
the vehicle and equipment replacement plan for 2025 not to exceed?
Yeah, no, so that's that deserves a separate pair of glasses, unfortunately. So the vehicle and equipment replacement plan of 2025 not exceed the addition of 240, oops. I got to make sure I do math right.
Jeez, you're worse than I am.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm blind. So the vehicle and equipment plan 2025 not exceed the additional 247,000, and the vehicle and equipment plan as 2025 as presented.
Okay. Nope, that's it there. Yep. Any questions on it? Oh, Keith's making that one? Vote. That's carried. Thank you very much for all that, Paul.
No worries.
It'll get better next time. We'll have way more questions.
I anticipate that every time I come here.
Well, I think it helped that we sent our questions in and they were answered long before we got here.
Yep. All right, we're on to CAO report.
Mr. Chairman, the report speaks for itself, and if you have any questions of me or for me to direct to each of the departments if it's within them, please go ahead.
Michelle?
I actually have a comment and a question. The SNAP program that we got happening, I'm very happy to hear that that's finally going through, and yay. And the other one was, there's something in here about people living in their recreational vehicles. Is that like a big thing now? Or is it just the rarity?
I did want to bring it to council's attention. So after the seasonal campgrounds closed off in the city, we did see a spike of some individuals either transiently moving through the county, set up their campsites in some easements, off some approachways, enough where our peace officer did have to attend to 3 different locations, and for one of those individuals had to find them a couple times in order to keep them kind of moving through the county. But did want to highlight that this is something that we hadn't necessarily seen before, and it was dramatic enough for that 2-week or so period when we saw the people moving through. We do have another individual currently living out in Walsh out of a recreational vehicle on his property, but that's about all he can afford at the moment. And he's actually taken in a tenant in his holiday trailer with him as well. So it's something I thought the council should be aware of.
I guess then my next question is there something that we could do to help these people so they're not being fined on top of not having a place to live?
That is a great question. So we've reached out to some of the support networks that we know are available in Medicine Hat, either through community housing or other social service agencies, and have tried to pass along some of that information to these individuals. Whether that uptake happens or not, we're not really sure. We just want to maintain, obviously, some safety too for the county. That's our primary goal in this one.
Lloyd? My question is for the, when you're in the Elkwater, did the Murray Hill come up at all?
It did, that's correct. And sorry, I probably didn't have a very good note on that one. We did specifically ask about the Murray Hill Road, and there was no plans for the province to do any repairs, renewals for that road.
Yeah, it's been on the books for 15 years to get done, I found out at the Elkwater Community Association meeting.
Apparently that list does get sort of rejigged on a yearly basis, and I don't believe it's rose to the top, that's for sure.
Have we found out anything about the emergency exit?
We're still waiting to see the agreement from the province. We've put in a couple of requests, but to the assistant minister, have not received that yet. It was going through a legal review on their side.
Just one more. Is there any plans through the park that have, is it Dylan or Daryl?
Dylan.
Dylan, to come back? It was before when you got on, but he came down from the government and to clean up the mess and get things going. And said he would stay in touch with us.
That would be ADM Darren. I know Mike's had some email back and forth. Mike, if you want for any other update?
No, the last one is what you said, that they were seeking legal advice and would get back to us.
If I might offer, though, the rest of the meeting actually was quite positive with the Parks group. Really quite impressed, I think, from their side, the amount of support that we offered to them this year, both with fire smarting and some of the assistance that we offered to the wildfire group with the sprinkler protection for the town, and just a lot of, I guess, some better camaraderie at that kind of local level. So they did want to kind of highlight that as a success.
Richard?
On page 203, it says, as time permits, the crew will address asphalt repairs such as potholes utilizing the asphalt rejuvenator. And I just didn't know if Councillor Hawk had seen that, but I know he'd be more than impressed to he can appreciate the fact it's being used on a regular basis. You're welcome, Shane.
I'd like to know how many hours it's been used this year, and also through the chair to Public Works, Ken there. I would like to know, coming forward here, how much cold mix we use this year compared to other years. And if we intend on using more down the road or less, and just what our status of using cold mix will be.
Through the chair, I don't have the full tonnage in front of me, but I do have information on our dust patches that we've done this year, which is a total of 27 dust patches, quite a bit of an increase from previous years on an annual basis. And we are putting additional cold mix in those existing patches, as we found out as we ripped them up. There was insufficient material in there, so by adding the cold mix material then helps increase the strength of those dust patches. Also, we completed about 20 kilometers total, including the dust patch and including the long stretches of oiled dust abatement rebuildings this year. So quite a good increase from the previous years on an annual basis, more than 20%. So our production level is increasing, which equates to more material being used. And that's something I can bring back to next meeting through my report, is just a summary of over the last couple of years and see how that goes, or how it's showing.
Okay, I'd appreciate that.
Okay. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Michelle had the first one. She's moving the report. Vote. Carried. Okay, Reeve and Counselor reports. I don't have anything else to add. It was pretty busy. RMA was good. I did give a couple of things in there. One was on the presentation we had on the doctors, for rural doctors. It's in there for you. And I forget what the other one was. I put two in there. But there are some reports I felt you guys could probably look at. Lloyd, do you want to start?
Well, mine was really busy this last little bit. On 18th, I attended that in Dunmore here, the business luncheon. And then I went to the leadership breakfast on the 22nd. And then we had a special meeting in the landfill. I prepared some stuff here, but since Shane is here, I know he likes to do it, but and I just want to give a thanks to Shane for, he probably saved us quite a bit of money by going to landfill. They want to do a new road, and he went out and looked at it and came in with some good ideas. And we don't have the exact amount that we're saving, but it is pretty good money that we're going to save. So I'll let Shane explain that. Then on the 3rd of November, I went to the Elkwater Community Association. It was good. They were, they're very happy with the county, and they're going to send, I think, I don't know if you got it yet, they're sending a letter to the county for all their help, for the staff that is done for them, for the grants and the paving of the road and all that kind of stuff. It's, they actually showed it to me. It's pretty nice, so should be coming here pretty soon. Then on the 6th, we had that meeting for the CAO, and then on the Remembrance Day, I went out to St. Margaret's Church there, and it was really good. It was probably, I think, 22 people. It was standing room only in the church in there. And it was good, and they were just saying that 22 residents from Elkwater in World War I went to war, and only 8 didn't come home. So, and they're buried out there in the cemetery. And that. So we had a talk. They, Mr. Carter wants to meet with me later about helping out at the cemetery, the county. So I'm not sure what that is, but I'll bring it back when I find out. At the 12th was the MPC, and then on the 12th that evening, myself and Blaine went out to Irvine. We were invited out there. It was good. I was glad that I went, or that both of us went. We learned a bunch of stuff, and it helped with some communications, so I'm hoping it continues. On the, and that's about it. I did want to say that I got lots of phone calls on the 100, and I kept Ken busy for a few days. There was actually 5 calls, and the work's done, and I got 2 calls back that were very grateful for the work. I also got a call about the black and white, and I told them to phone Justin, or they could phone the county, which they did, and then I got another one back, happy that the county within a day put the flags up where the potholes are. And the lady that did was very happy about that. So other than that, it's been good.
Michelle?
It has been super busy for the last month. On the 18th of October, I did the connection luncheon And there were a lot of new faces in attendance for that. October 22nd, I also attended the leadership breakfast. Then the 23rd, I was at the Housing Alliance Forum. And the highlight for me of that was that, I don't, if you've all seen the CanCube houses from the business in Dunmore here, she had one of those set up in the parking lot and it was awesome. As well as there was a presentation on how they construct new walls, like for new buildings, and that they're so much more efficient, energy efficient than the way they're done now. I thought that was pretty cool. Then on the 24th and 25th, I attended the Economic Development Forum with Richard. And I think the highlights from that, the keynotes, both of them are really, really interesting. But the thing that stuck with me is that they're trying to change Medicine Hat from the gas city to the drone city, because apparently it's the drone capital of Canada, which I did not know. Then from the 4th to the 7th, we attended RMA, which was good. On November 11th, I was at a Remembrance Day ceremony in Hilda, and Cyril called me up to speak, but didn't give me any notice, so it was like short and sweet. Then on the 13th to the 15th, I was in Edmonton again for the Family and Community Support Services Association conference, which was really, really good. We have a brand new chair for that board, plus over half of the board is new, because most of them are retired or whatever, or their terms were up, and so we have a pretty much whole new board. And then yesterday, we had our first meeting for the FCSSAA, and I was elected for the vice chair position, which I happily took. And the AGM for Hilda was last night. I guess the highlight from that was that the Lions Clubs of Saskatchewan want to put up a memorial for James Hargrave in the spot that the accident happened. And that's about all I know on that. Yeah, I think that's probably it. There's probably something I'm missing, but it was a lot.
Richard?
November 11th, I went with Reeve Dan to the Remembrance Day ceremonies in Redcliffe. Dan is always invited up there. Cypress County is invited up there to lay a wreath. On the 12th, the next day, there was a roundtable discussion at the Provincial Building. Premier Smith, Minister Newdorf, and MLA Wright led the discussion on affordable issues, so Dan and I were invited to attend that. The 13th, we traveled to Edmonton. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. I also did the RMA one, and then on the 13th, I went to Edmonton for the FCSS with Dan and Michelle. Tonight we'll be attending the pre-conference for the Ag Connections reception at the Medelta Center. And then Wednesday all day is the Ag Connections conference, which I'm looking forward to. So.
Please.
Same October 18th, attended the business luncheon too. It was pretty good networking there with different business groups. Attended the RMA on the 4th to the 7th. Always enjoy the ministerial forums there, and as well as the guest speaker, Peter Mansbridge, was quite interesting. November 11th, the Clearwater Hall meeting. The roof and the interior wall repairs have been completed, so they can resume their functions. Attended the Urban Community Association with Lloyd, and he mentioned how things were going there, and yeah, I know it was good. Good to get the information and the background of what their organization is doing. Had an ASB meeting on the 13th. We appointed Shane Hawk as the chairman. We discussed and approved the agriculture master rates, and I'll also be attending the ag conference, and that was it.
Dustin?
Also attended RMA from the 4th to the 7th. Had my first MPC meeting on the 12th, which I actually really enjoyed. That's a new thing for me after being on an ASB for 10 years, I guess. And then tomorrow also going to be attending the Ag Conference as the MC.
Keith?
So, a couple of things, attended the Chamber of Commerce Leadership Breakfast on October 22nd. Went to the Ag Service Board Southern Conference on October 23rd in Kelly. That was pretty interesting, listening to some of the history of the area and how the communities were set up. And Mr. Altweiser from the packing plant spoke about JBS, spoke about some of his experiences as a packer over the years. I found that pretty interesting. Attended the Ag Service Board meeting November 13th and a general meeting at the Suffield Hall. So that was my activities.
Okay, any questions on the reports? Oh, Shane, forgot about you. Are you still awake there?
No, just about. Just about. Yeah, I attended that on the 18th, the luncheon there, communities luncheon at the county office. Had an emergency meeting for the regional landfill where I went out beforehand and did some snooping, which is I like doing. And what I found out while there, and then I brought it up at the meeting, is we had an engineering firm that wanted to put on this new road that we approved, wanted to put on over 6 inches of gravel on it, which I said is retarded. I shouldn't use that word. It wasn't correct to use all that gravel because it's just going to end up in the ditch. So it made no sense. So the Jock looked into it and got the gravel amount reduced considerably. Then I noticed some erosion fabric sitting there on a trailer. And I asked the BYZ foreman, what's that for? He informed me that's to go on slopes. And I kind of scratched my head and I said, well, that erosion fabric is meant to go on top of topsoil. So once the topsoil, the grass goes through it, it disintegrates because it's like a gunny sack. I said, it will do no purpose whatsoever of putting it on a solid clay side slope. I couldn't understand the reasoning. So I asked Jock if he has an issue bringing that forward to the engineering firm and environment who's ever requesting it, that they could bring it forward to our council meeting. And we'll discuss it further on a waste of taxpayers' dollars. And he got back to me and Lloyd and said, we got that removed. All we'll have to do is pay a bit of a restocking charge. It's funny how they made us do certain things out there to waste money. The clay bottom on the bottom of the new cell was really hard. But the consultant told the engineer, the contractor, he had to rip it up a 1.5 meters deep, add water to it to get it to optimum moisture, and then repack it. And it was a heck of a time to do it, when it could have just been left behind and just left as is, and it was just as hard. So that was a waste. But our manager out there did a really good job. On the bottom of the floor, we were supposed to be using a certain type of crushed gravel, as it acts as a seepage for moisture. But we had all this rubber out there that has been ground up. So we got approval and we spread that all on the bottom because we had the material and it saved us quite a bit of money. And spread that all on the bottom of the cell floor to use as drainage. So we did make some headway out there. It's frustrating at times to see the waste of our taxpayers' dollars going to, stuff that makes absolutely no sense. I also attended the DRMA conference, Ag Service Board meeting there on the 13th, and went in the hospital on the 14th and got a new knee. So that's why I am laying here at home. So that is the end of my report.
Okay, thank you, Shane. Anybody have any questions on the reports? That was a good catch on the landfill one. That was a glad you drive by that every day and see it. Yeah. All right, somebody want to move the reports? Lloyd? No questions? Vote. It's carried. All right, 10.1. Mike?
You have before you, councillors, the draft letter in opposition to Bill C-293, and with your approval of it, we will send it off to Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation.
Thank you. Blaine, do you want to speak on this?
Yeah, Shane was the one who asked for it.
Shane, do you want to speak on it? Unmute yourself. No. He's going to. Yeah.
I'll make the motion that, or to direct the letter in opposition of this Bill C-293. I think it's important that we support our provincial government in fighting this bill coming from the east that's going to solely affect our agriculture, or can really affect our agriculture community, you know, whether it's right from the ground floor to the workers. So I think it's a good thing that we need to do. And the letter wrote is in there, so.
Any questions on it?
I'm back. Also on that bill, there's a lot of hidden stuff in there of how the government wants to control real protein, which is our beef, pork, chicken, turkeys. And they want to put it under, like if we had COVID again, another pandemic. And it's really a sneaky backdoor approach. And guy that's proposing the bill is a vegetarian. So it has a lot of hidden agenda items in there when you really read through it. And it's a bill that must be stopped.
Dustin?
Would it make sense to draft a letter to the federal agricultural minister as well in our opposition?
I agree.
CC it.
Yeah, send it to everybody. Anybody else? Michelle, did you have something?
No, I'm in agreement with what's been said. I'm fine sending it to everybody.
Okay.
We can't send it by Canada Post, though.
And I think Lloyd has Prime Minister Trudeau's email address, so we can get a hold of Lloyd there and you can get it.
Those painkillers are kicking in pretty good for him, eh? Do you want to add to your motion to send it to everybody? Yeah, just an addition to it.
I'll just add or do an amendment or an addition to it that we send it to maybe all the ag ministers.
Any questions on it? Vote. Carried. 10.2.
Mr. Chairman, we have a recommendation for the disposition of the former Irvin Library. Director Jacobs can speak to it, or we can go directly to questions. our choice.
Do you want to add something to it?
Sure, through the chair. The last direction from council was to bring back a plan for the disposal of the retired urban library. And through that process, we looked at two options. One was the removal of the building completely and dispose of the building, and as planned, put that to Greenfield for future parking, as outlined from the urban library, the new urban library plan. We also looked at the value of the building and the potential of relocating if we were to put it up for sale as a relocation option. We looked at this option. We had an engineer look at the structure of the building and the foundation of the building and the feasibility of actually moving it. And the cost would be significantly outweigh the value of the building. There's still the hazardous materials involved with an old structure that would have to be dealt with when you remove a building and relocate it. So there was a bit of risk for the county in that sense. So we also inquired to our lawyer, Reynolds, Mirth, Richard, and Farmer, just on their comment on in disposing assets like this. They said it's possible, but shared the same risks as the county had with the material and the value of the building. So I guess my motion is here is to proceed to tender the demolition and removal of the old building, library building, and it's been identified in the 2025 capital budget for removal.
Michelle?
I would be happy to move that. After reading it, the demolition just makes sense. The other one is just too cost prohibitive, and you'd still end up with an old building, even if you do move it and spend all that money. So I'm in favor of the demolition, and I will move it.
Any other questions or comments on it? Vote. Carried. 10.3, Mike?
Mr. Chairman, as part of the fallout from the health and safety audit, we have updated the health and safety policy, and we bring it for your approval. Mr. Cartwright, do you have any comments?
Just a few. Thank you, CAO Mike. So the county's health safety policy is one of the cornerstone elements of our health and safety management system. During the past audit, as Mike mentioned, we noticed a few deficiencies in terms of what the policy should have to meet the stipulations in the audit tool. So we'd like to keep our program moving forward. To do that, we need to update our health and safety policy. The Health and Safety Steering Committee, which is made up of the CAO and the 3 directors, has reviewed the policy, and we're all very supportive of it. I'd also like to introduce Sheila Angerman, who is our health and safety coordinator. She's been helping spearhead the improvements to our health and safety management system. So just wanted to kind of give a face to the name, and somebody that's going to be doing a lot of work for us here over the next year as we kind of move some major improvements to our health and safety systems. More than happy to entertain questions though too.
Richard's moving.
My comment would be, read it all over, it looks really, really good. Welcome to Cypress County. We haven't had that chance to welcome you before. And yeah, I like the changes. I think we will probably be passing with flying colors on the next one.
Michelle?
Yes, it looks great, actually. My only question is that in there it said somewhere about Mike signing it. Since he's an interim, is it going to have to come back when we do get an regular CAO?
Through the chair, that is correct. So they're part of, again, the audit stipulation, it has to be signed by the current CAO as well as the Reeves. So we will be bringing it back again. That'll be a slam dunk at that point. But we didn't want to hold up any movement on our safety system. This also allows us to show that process, so when we do go through the audit next time, that we follow the steps that we say that we would follow in our policy.
That makes perfect sense, and now I understand why we're getting you to sign it as well as the next one. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Any other questions on it? Not seeing any. Richard's moving it. Vote. That's carried. Thank you very much for that. Welcome to the county. 10.4, Mike.
Mr. Chairman, this grant program, the Local Growth and Sustainability Grant, came out of nowhere. It's got a very short term to it. You have to apply by the end of this month. And we sought out a project that might be eligible. There may be something else behind a short-term program that jumps out like this. We don't know, but at least we have a project that we would like to apply for. Mr. Jacobs, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Through the chair, this is part of the Suffield Waterline Pump and Reservoir Project. We currently are funded for the waterline and pumps already by the province, but the reservoir was not eligible under that grant. It could be eligible and qualify as a replacement project at 100% funding under this opportunity if it was selected. So we think this is a good opportunity. Our good thing that we have for us is shelf ready. It's ready to go right now, and that was one of their emergent kind of issues, requirements. So we tick a lot of the requirements, and you know, it's up to the people to make the decision if you approve.
Keith's making a motion. Any questions on it? Michelle?
I know, I got a lot of them today. Okay, after reading through this, I'm all for applying for this grant. I think it's great. But there's a line in there that says that for communities of 10,000 to 200,000, well, there is only 2 cities in all of Alberta that are over 200,000 people. So does that mean Medicine Hat is rural and we're going to be competing with them for this money?
Through the chair, there's 2 components to this opportunity. One is that, and it's for bigger cities or bigger than 10,000. And the other component is for the second half of that requirement, the sustainability growth is for under 10,000. So we have an opportunity. That's where we're focusing on, is the under 10,000.
Yeah, I knew that. I was curious about that 10 to 200,000. Like how did they rationalize that?
Yeah, it's very interesting how they set it up. They have a form in place for the over 10, but this goes, or our request would go right to the minister for emergent need. So,
Any other questions? Vote. It's carried. 10.5.
Mr. Chair, I'll go directly to Director Jacobs, please.
So bridge file 75142 is on the Black and White Trail. It's a project that has been STIP funded for a portion, and we presently have tenders sitting before us. We have received 8 tenders, and the lowest bid is over the council-approved budget amount. So just going down the background on this, how we design these projects is we hire an engineering firm and to do the application and come up with their best estimate on costs. Some of the things unknown at that time when we estimate our preliminary costs for funding is the need for detours, the cost of land agreements, and et cetera. So out of the design, some of the things that changed from the original request assumptions were, like I said, the land and dealing with the crown land adjacent to the bridge culvert was in the province name, so we had to go through some environmental hoops and applications and wait for approvals that way. And the design of the culvert increased in diameter and length too, so it's reflected on the cost based on the design requirements. So right in the low bid is for $311,333. Included on that is the engineering, and I include the 10% contingency for some potential unknowns during construction for the total cost of that bridge culvert at $458,470. The additional budget required to amend the approved budget would be $118,470.
Okay. Dustin's moving it. Do you have any questions on it? It is what it is.
Makes sense.
Okay, vote. Lloyd? Okay, that's carried. Great, we'll take half an hour break for lunch.
Hey, Dan, is Leslie Ann bringing mine out?
What was that?
Is Leslie Ann gonna bring me my lunch?
She's on her way.
Yeah, right.
Shane, are you there?
10-4, good buddy.
10.6.
Mr. Chairman, this is a list of eligible STIP projects that we plan to apply for funding, and we would forego questions unless there's a specific culvert or bridge that anybody has interest in asking Mr. Jacobs.
Okay, thank you. I don't think there's any questions. Whatever we can get funding for, we're going to do. Richard's going to move that. Any questions, guys? Vote. That's carried. 10.7.
Mr. Chairman, the next three items are policy updates, human resources policy, and I invite our, come on, Janine Vandersloot, Human Resources Coordinator, to attend and answer any questions you might have for any of the following three. So we'll start with 10.7, which is eligibility for group benefits, very minor revisions. Janine, do you want to comment on it at all, or do we want to go to?
No, it's just a matter of we're reviewing our policies and we're trying to just ensure that they're accurate and reflective of the number of hours that staff are working. So it's just really a lot of housekeeping that we're doing at this point.
Yep. No, that's no problem. I read through it and seen your changes. Lloyd, do you want to move it? Okay, Lloyd's moving, hold on one sec here. HR3, employee benefits as presented. Any questions? Vote. Keith? That's carried. 10.8.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 10.8 is Human Resources Policy number 5, referring to hours and days of work. It establishes the position of director, which didn't exist before. We've been using that title. It removes directors from the banked time system, and instead it rewards directors with an extra week of annual vacation. There are a number of other housekeeping items in this, such as overtime and rest breaks. And Janine, do you have any?
Oh, you gotta push it so the light's up. There you go.
There, okay, sorry. We're just trying to get it in line with other municipalities, be a little more, again, reflective of what other, especially rural municipalities are doing, giving staff or senior management the additional week of vacation. It's a very consistent throughout the board. The flex time is kind of inconsistent with most organizations, so.
Okay, thank you. Blaine? Okay, go ahead.
I'll make that motion for the, where are we at? The hours of days at work and days off.
HR 5.
The HR 5. I guess the only question I would have with it is this something that needs to be reviewed every 3 years, 5 years, or like what's the timeline that, or is this just a total upkeeping program?
Oh, you turned it off again.
A rookie move. So it is something, I mean, certainly we could look at it along with all of our other policies. It would depend, I think especially if you're looking at staff who have council meetings during the day, there aren't necessarily a lot of open houses or after-hours meetings. I would suggest if council meetings changed in the evenings, that would be more appropriate at that time to look at it. But along with all of our other policies, I think it's a good practice to review all of them every couple of years. So.
Any other questions? No. No, Blaine already did. Vote. That's carried. 10.9.
Mr. Chairman, HR 13 refers to sick leave, and it just makes a minor revision to the eligibility for sick and medical allowances. Janine, do you have anything you'd like to?
No, not at this point. What we're doing is looking at sick leave. Seasonal staff will be eligible for sick leave at the same time that they're eligible for benefits. So that just gives them a couple of, you know, they have to build up either 1950 or 2080 hours. And then at that time, we would give them access to sick leave. And that, again, is consistent with most other organizations. We don't give seasonal staff sick leave, and it's, you know, it can be a big cost. The other thing is, in the past, there was a clause whereby seasonal staff who didn't take their sick leave were paid out 50% upon the end of their season, which again is totally out of line with most other organizations are doing. And we just wanted to, again, to get everything in line. And we don't do it for our regular staff, so there's no rationale for doing it for seasonal staff.
Makes sense. Richard, you're moving that? Sure. Any questions or comments on it? Not seeing any? Vote. That's carried. Okay, we will quickly go in camera. Oh yeah, they're both enclosed, aren't they? Okay, Blaine's moving. Oh, Keith's moving. the recommendation on, yeah. Richard's making the motion for the council approve the Dunmore Fire Station reno incorporating a, oh, I don't have my glasses on, $399,798 less $72,500.
Yeah, as presented,
Okay.
as recommended.
Okay, everybody's good to vote? Vote? It's carried. And we don't need anything on the ICM minutes. Okay. Keith is moving for information, vote? Carried. All right, I adjourn the meeting.
What a great day.
We got a lot done today for two budgets.